On certain days, one pitch can carry an enormous amount of importance. In baseball, every pitch the following day can have a completely different value, and with ease can make you forget about how demoralizing the day before was. Day to day, pitch to pitch, swing to swing. That's baseball, and the next day has arrived again. Well, if you peeked out your window over the last hour or so, you realize here in the Delaware Valley we've gotten a little rain, and it's carried over to Citizens Bank Park, and the Phillies and the Rockies hoping to get Game 2 of this three-game series underway in just a little bit. Hi, everybody. I'm Tom McCarthy, joined by Jamie Moyer and Matt Stairs as we get ready for Game 2. We've got a pretty good pitching matchup. Two left-handers, Jorge De La Rosa against Cole Hamels, and two lefties, Jamie, who are pitching pretty well over the last few weeks.
Yeah, these are two lefties tonight that do not want to see the month of May end. Jorge De La Rosa has had an outstanding May, and you'll see why right here. He has had great command of all four of his pitches. All four pitches are above-average pitches, which would be a fastball, a cut fastball, a curveball, and a changeup. And Jorge is back from the injury bug that has actually riddled him through a lot of his career and has pitched very well for the Rockies thus far. On the other side, Cole Hamels is a guy who obviously started the season on the DL. It's taken him a little while to get his feet underneath him, but in his last three starts has thrown the ball quite well with, again, a very effective fastball, which has been located, a great curveball, a changeup, and his cut fastball has come into play for him as well.
And you talked about the numbers. Here they are. Last four starts for De La Rosa, last three for Hamels, both with very good earned run average.
Very identical numbers, and the results are very identical, except for the wins and losses. But I think if Cole continued to keep this pace, as he's been able to show that he can do, it's going to be a nice, strong year for Cole Hamels.
All right, now, from an offensive standpoint, the Phillies woke up in yesterday's ballgame and did so in a big way. And the guy in the middle of the lineup, Ryan Howard, who's not in the lineup here tonight, it was nice to see him swing the bats.
Really was. And the first thing I noticed last night was his setup. He had very good balance. He was on his backside when he was hitting, using his whole body. And it was interesting last night when he said he wasn't trying to do too much. Here we got an off-speed pitch down in the zone. Big two-out knock score and Chase Utley from second base. But here in this home run right here, he stays back on an off-speed pitch and uses the big part of the field, doesn't try to do too much, doesn't get in that pull mode where he feels that he has to pull the ball, go back to his strength, drive the ball left center, right center, and then when you're swinging the bat well, these things happen here. You stay inside the ball, base at the left field, Chase scores here, finishes the night with 5 RBIs.
5 RBIs for the first time since 2012. That's a good sign for Ryan Howard. Now, he's not in the lineup tonight because of the tough left-hander in Jorge De La Rosa, but that's a pretty good bat off the bench for the Phillies. So it is Game 2 of this three-game series. De La Rosa against Hamels. For De La Rosa, start number 11. For Hamels, it's start number 7 here in 2014. Well, one guy that is in the lineup, doesn't matter if there's a lefty or a righty out there, is Chase Utley. 21 doubles. And oh yeah, he's also hit 4 home runs so far this year. Lineups at first pitch, hopefully, when we return. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Toyota. The Toyota Time Sales event is going on now. Toyota, let's go places. By Citizens Bank, introducing One Deposit Checking. Keeping things simple is helping you bank better. By Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. And by Independence Blue Cross, the most preferred health plan in the region. Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. expected, but the Phillies and the Rockies will get underway here tonight as Cole Hamels is out on the mound as he just starts his warm-up tosses. That was number 1. Here comes number 2 as he gets a chance to face the Colorado Rockies. Let's take a look at the Rockies starting lineup. It's brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Leading it off in center field, Drew Stubbs. DJ LeMahieu bats second. Troy Tulowitzki hits third, followed by Carlos Gonzalez and Michael Kadire. Justin Morneau's over at first base. He'll bat sixth. In the bottom third of Rosario, Culberson, and Jorge De La Rosa. And, of course, they will face Hamels, 1-2 on the year, an ERA of 4.30. Coming off an outing which he received a no decision thanks to a center field home run by Marlon Byrd late. But, Matt, as we talked about in the open, he is pitching statistically better. Win-loss record isn't showing that, but statistically better here in the month of May.
He really is, and you can see the confidence on after every pitch he's throwing. He's getting the ball down the zone. He's topping out about 93, 94 miles an hour. He's mixing in the cutter, the front door, sinker, and changeup, and using that big curveball at proper times.
So his numbers against the Rockies, 3-2 with an ERA of 3.40. All right, boys, it's time now for our Nissan keys to tonight's ball game.
Well, for me, it's what they did yesterday, and build off the positive things that happened yesterday's game. The good base running, the quality pitching, and timely hitting.
And for me, it's the bullpen's recent success. They've actually thrown the ball quite well recently, and since last Thursday, they have not allowed an earned run, and it's the lowest in the major leagues.
Well, and yesterday it was Mike Adams, Antonio Bastardo, and Justin DeFreitas that iced that ball game for the Phils. So we're underway. Drew Stubbs takes a strike. Stubbs did not play in last night's ball game. Overall hitting .330 on the year. He's a 4th outfielder for the Rockies, although he does have 94 ABs already this season. Part of that is because Kadire was on the disabled list for some time. And the 0-2 pitch. Just missed. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And I don't know how Stubbs snuck away from the Cincinnati Reds. I've always thought him as a really nice ball player.
Well, the Indians wanted somebody to replace Shin-Soo Choo. So that's why they picked him up. And I'm with you, Jamie. I'm surprised that the Reds let him go. I'm surprised the Indians let him go. But the Rockies, from time to time, like how he can control that big outfield in Colorado.
And it's nice to have a guy that can come off of your bench. And probably, I know he can play every day, too.
Well, he's going to go back to the bench as he's down looking for the first strikeout of the night for Cole Hamels. The fastball was at 93 miles an hour, but had some pretty good movement on it late.
And that's where Cole's success has been here in his last couple starts. And again, I think this is all attributed to regaining his arm strength that he once had.
Crew chief is Brian Gorman. He's behind the plate. Dave Rackley's over at first. Tony Randazzo, who's back after not umpiring yesterday, is at second. And Jim Wolf's over at third. LeMahieu swings at the first pitch. LeMahieu hitting .272. No homers, 12 runs batted in. 0 for his last 15 on the road. Now counting the home games, he's 0 for his last 13 overall.
You know, the thing that I noticed with Cole, too, in his recent starts, he's getting the ball and going. I think early on when he was struggling, he was kind of moping around the mound. He just didn't have a real good tempo. He now, his whole goal, it looks like in the beginning of the game, he's just trying to create that tempo, and he's throwing strikes. He's ahead in the count, and it just allows for him to create that success that he knows and feels.
And it's not a rushed tempo. No. It's just a quick tempo.
Exactly.
1-2 pitch. Curveball pulled foul, and it remains 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And you also see the confidence with all of his pitches. And we didn't see the curveball in the first couple starts. And if he did pull it out, he used it a couple times. He put it back in his back pocket, and you didn't see it for the rest of the game.
Back toward the middle. Utley ranging over, has it. 2 outs. It's turned out to be a nice night. Now there is rain in the area, but it looks like we'll be able to get this game in as the rain is scheduled to fall overnight. It wasn't a bad morning in the Delaware Valley. It got cloudy as the day moved on. And the rain started about an hour before the start of tonight's ballgame, maybe about 45 minutes. Here's Troy Tulowitzki. He was 2 for 4 yesterday. Both of his hits were singles. He's the National League leader in hitting at .378. And also has driven in 36 runs. Boy, so far he's been able to place his pitches exactly where he wants them to be.
And that's a real good sign early in the game.
There's a curveball, and it's 0-2.
Well, and that's a good sign too. When you see a pitch thrown and a hitter's hesitating, he's not able to take the swing that he wants to. He number one tells you he's fooled by the pitch, but the way with that curveball, the break that it had, Troy was unsure of what was going to happen. And now finds himself in a hole and now having to protect, and you can see the protection that he was trying to create there with that swing.
Tonight's game is also available in Spanish. Just use the SAP button on your television or change the language through the menu on your cable box.
Well, what happens is when you know a pitcher locks in with 3 or 4 different pitches, now when you get 2 strikes, you become a defensive hitter. You lose your aggressiveness, and you think, now I have to sit on all the pitches and try to battle and put the ball in play.
Well, he throws a changeup, but he hasn't thrown too many changeups here in the first.
I was just about to say, when Matt was going to finish his comment, he's done this without utilizing his changeup. So there you saw his first changeup, and again you saw a passive swing at a pitch. And ask any hitter, Matt. You'd be the first one to ask because we're all sitting here in the booth. But when a guy's got 4 pitches and has command of both sides of the plate, it's really tough to hit.
See what Ruiz wants. The count is 0-2. They want to go upstairs, and that ball's popped up. Ruiz will give it a look, but it's probably going to be back. No, it's not. He comes back, and Ruiz makes the catch. He never threw the mask away.
And didn't use 2 hands. Come on, Carlos.
And that's called a home run up an elevator shaft.
Nothing across for the Rockies. Middle of the first. The Rockies nothing, and the Phillies coming up. This afternoon looks like this. It's brought to you by Xfinity. Here home for the most live sports. It's Revere, Rollins, and Utley, followed by Bird, Ruff, and Mayberry. And the bottom third of Carlos Ruiz, Cesar Hernandez, and Cole Hamels. And they'll face 33-year-old veteran left-hander Jorge De La Rosa, who was 5-3 on the year with an ERA of 3.91. 44 strikeouts in 53 innings so far for De La Rosa. His numbers are better at home than on the road, which is kind of surprising considering the way the ball jumps at Coors Field. Usually it's the other way around, JB, but for De La Rosa, it's better in Denver than it is anywhere else.
Well, that's quite interesting, but he has a lot of experience pitching in Denver, and I'm sure he's very comfortable pitching there. But you just saw the numbers against were pretty good in his favor. And he's got some really good stuff. He's a guy that can command 4 pitches. He's got a good fastball that he changes speeds on, which I think is a plus for any kind of a pitcher. If you can add and subtract off your fastball, but then he's got a curveball, a cutter, or actually a slider and a cutter and a changeup, and he has command of all 4 pitches, and I think that's why he's had this run of success here in May.
During the 2014 season, Turkey Hill, the official ice cream of the Phillies, will contribute $100 for each Phillies victory and 5 cents for each carton of Phillies Grand Slam ice cream, sold to support the Phillies youth baseball and softball programs.
But I will say Jorge's career record against the Phillies is 1-4 with a 6.42 ERA. So I'm betting on that one right there.
The Phillies have 34 hits at 33 2/3. He has been better against them lately. Here's Ben Revere to lead it off. Revere 8 for 15 on this homestand. He had another good day yesterday. He was 3 for 5 in the opener of the series.
And Jorge's a little different than your average pitcher. As you saw right there, he kind of picks his leg up and he hesitates, and then he kind of gets gathered, and then all of a sudden here he comes at you.
Does it take time, Matt, to get used to something like that?
No, actually, I like it when a pitcher stops. So what it does is it makes me relax. It makes me sit back a little bit and be able to not be rushed. And Jamie sees it a little different. Well, he's a left-hander.
Opposite way, big hop for Culberson.
And what I mean by getting your timing back, it's just once you see a guy going a normal delivery over his head, at times you can feel rushed. Right when he pauses right there, that's when the hitter breaks his hands going back and get in the hitting position and sit back a little bit. So I didn't mind it. Some guys might, some guys like that normal rhythm the whole time, but to me it was just basically forget about the first part and look at the second windup.
Jimmy Rollins batting right-handed. He's 2 for 15 on this homestand. Takes high. Rollins 0 for his last 9. Still sitting at 2,220 hits for his career. Out toward right center. And Kadire will settle under it. There are 2 outs. Chase Utley's coming to the plate. Utley with 21 doubles already this year. And Murph, they haven't all gone to just one spot.
Well, you know, and that is Chase Utley to a T, Tom. When you stop and look, even when he's taking batting practice, he is working on hitting the ball to all fields. As you mentioned, 21 doubles so far. That leads all of baseball. And take a look at where those 21 have landed. If you do the math, 7 of those somewhere in left field area, and 14 of them pulled down towards the right field side. So really using the whole field when he's getting these extra base hits. He's also best in baseball right now in extra base hits, and comes in, of course, 3rd in batting average. So everything working right now for Chase Utley offensively.
His batting average at .337. He was 3 for 4 yesterday with his 21st double. And the folks at Bloomberg were nice enough to show that chart off to us. And we also looked on the Bloomberg site to see where all the pitches were that Utley has been able to hit for 2 base hits. And they're all over the place. Nothing is in the same spots.
Well, and the thing about you're going to see with Chase is that fastballs, there's no doubt in the world that he can turn on a fastball. And what you want to try to do is he has such a quick swing and a power swing that you want to work low and away. Now, the balls that are hit down the middle are probably fastballs that he's pulling to right. And left-handers, he stays inside the ball so well and drives it to the left field. You know, and the one hot spot for the left-hander is down and in. And that's the pitch where usually you want to stay away from for a left-hander, because they usually just take that nice short swing and drive it to right field.
Well, he's behind 1 ball and 2 strikes with 2 outs here in the first. In the dirt, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Two balls, 2 strikes to Utley. Swing and a miss, and the side is retired. So the Phillies go down in order, just as the Rockies did in their half of the first. So we've completed 1, both left-handers on the mark in the first inning, and we'll be back for the second. City, it's also clear that the Phillies and the Rockies will play one more. It's tomorrow night at 7:05. You can get tickets for that ball game by going to Phillies.com. Last time the Phillies and the Rockies will face each other this year. As we start the second, Carlos Gonzalez will lead it off for Colorado. Gonzalez 4 for 13 lifetime against Hamels. Big swing at the first pitch. It's 0-1. Gonzalez 267, 7 homers, 29 runs batted in.
See, and that's, to me, that's what you have to do with some of these middle of the lineup kind of guys. You know, Cole got a head strike one right there. The next pitch is in. He moved his feet, pushing back off the plate. They're going. Looks like they're trying to go in there again.
He came in with a changeup on that pitch. Well, the count is 2-1. It'll be Gonzalez, Kadire, and Justin Morneau. Well, that cutter had some movement down. Forget about going left to right. That pitch was down.
Had some really good depth to it, and I think Carlos is probably seeing that as a fastball out of his hand, based upon the swing that he took. And he likes the ball out over the plate, especially that medium speed pitch that's slightly elevated. He can do a lot with it.
That one missed the shin guard. I think it went just into the back of that shin guard.
You know, and being able to throw a strike in there with 2 strikes, even if he fouls it off, he now has to give Cole a little respect for that ball in. So is that off the above on his knee?
It was above the shin guard.
Oh. Who's the first guy that's going to come up with a catcher's shin guard on to hit?
Didn't Jermaine Dye wear a really long one after he broke his leg on that foul ball some years ago? They're going to go fastball in, the 2-2 pitch. Foul back, and it remains 2-2.
I like this little battle right here. In. He hasn't shown that he can hit it. If Cole continues to make his pitches in there, I think I'm betting on Cole. And I'm not a betting guy.
Now it's pulled towards second, and it's caught by Chase Utley. He'll still throw over to first. Second base umpire Tony Randazzo signaled catch. One out. Michael Kadire's coming up.
See a nice job of Chase getting over and catching just the top of the grass. But
I wonder if that ball was hooking a little bit. The way Chase slid towards that and then kind of reached back, you almost feel like it. Not that he misplayed it, but it almost looked it may have hooked a little. But the way he swung at it, I don't know that it may have sliced. No, it would have hooked off the left-handed bat.
I think it hooked down. Yeah. Kadire's hit it 6 consecutive games, and he hits one to right field. Bird back to the track. 2 outs. Justin Morneau is coming up. It's time to take a look at our Mazda leaders. We take a look at chase percentage. The Rockies 31.7%. The Phillies 28.4%.
What are they chasing? What are we referring to as far as chase?
I think it's according to
all pitches.
No, pitches outside the zone.
Okay.
What is considered the strike zone. Now, whether they're making contact or not, that's another category. Morneau hitting .315. Fly ball to left. Revere and Mayberry. It'll be Revere who makes the call and puts it away. So another easy inning for Hamels. So 15 pitches in the first, 11 pitches here in the second for Hamels. 6 up, 6 down. We'll move to the bottom of the second here in Philadelphia. It's the Phillies 0 and the Sports news and scores when you're on the go. Be the first to know breaking news on all of your Philly teams. Right now, from your smartphone, download the free CSN Philly Sports app today. There's Darren Ruff, who's waiting on deck as Marlon Byrd goes to the plate here in the bottom of the second. It'll be Byrd, Ruff, and John Mayberry. Talked about De La Rosa's splits against righties and lefties, and Ryan Sandberg has decided to have only two left-handers or three left-handers in the lineup today: Revere, Utley, and Hamels, with Hernandez and Rollins being switch hitters. Marlon Byrd was 0 for 4 yesterday. He's 1 for 13 on the homestand. Towering fly ball to left center. Stubbs wanders over. One pitch, one away here in the second. Good luck at McDonald's Phillies home run jackpot contestant is John Kelly. If the Phillies hit a home run in tonight's ball game, then John will win $100. John is from Catasauqua, Pennsylvania.
And you can kind of see, I mean, granted, we're only in the second inning tonight, but if De La Rosa gets quick outs like he does, he keeps his pitch counts down. He doesn't allow hitters to see a lot of pitches, which allows them to be a little more effective second, third, potentially fourth time around in the order. Whereas if you're throwing a lot of pitches and you're getting to that second and third time around the order, and the hitters have seen pitches and start to delete pitches or locations or what you throw in certain situations, it makes it more difficult to pitch.
Grounder to short, to his left, to Tulowitzki. Well, the other night we were marveling at 3 innings and 33 pitches. And so far we have an inning and 2/3 with 13 pitches for De La Rosa.
I mean, I'm sure it won't stay this way for the whole night, but you see a trend starting. And we haven't seen his curveball yet. He's thrown his cutter, his changeup, and his fastball. And he's really, I don't want to say he's cut through the Phillies lineup, but he's got through the lineup so far rather handily.
0-2 away. John Mayberry's the batter. Mayberry hit a pinch hit home run in yesterday's game, his second pinch hit home run of the year. His average of 220. There's Ryan Howard and Dominic Brown, both not playing tonight. Howard after a 5 RBI day yesterday. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And there's a situation right there. Hopefully they're talking about hitting, and you got a young kid sitting there, David Buchanan, and he's all ears. I love seeing that kind of stuff. When you get the younger guy and he's just kind of maybe he's not in the conversation, but he's eavesdropping it. Eventually he'll get in that conversation, or they'll ask him a question.
Because as his dad said the other day, we're fixing to find out what kind of a hitter he is. David is scheduled to start game 1 against the Mets on Thursday night in his second major league start.
And to me, that's what you don't see enough. Guys talking baseball, and especially the young guys. I know there's a somewhat of an intimidation factor. Well, he's the older guy. He's too busy. These younger guys need to say, hey, I need to get in this conversation, or can I ask you a question? Find the appropriate time and ask questions. There's another potential conversation going on. You love seeing that kind of stuff, sharing the wealth, sharing the knowledge.
Here's the 2-2 pitch to Mayberry. Outside 3-2.
Ryan Howard has a lot of experience, and so does Tony Gwynn Jr. A lot of experience at the plate, a lot of experience with the game. A.J. Burnett's got a lot of experience on the pitcher's mound. When you can start to share that knowledge, it's huge.
Another chance for Tulowitzki. A 2-hopper. Side is retired. So 1-2-3 go the Rockies. 6 up, 6 down. That's a 9-pitch inning. He's got a total of 19. We'll go to the third here in South Philadelphia. Log on to Phillies.com. Go to the fan section for all the information. Please submit your answer on the subject line. All right, boys, who is the only Rockies manager to win a National League pennant? Steve Kaiser, our stage manager, could have gotten that one. That's how easy that question is.
Do we have to wait?
You have to wait. You have to give folks a chance to chew on it a little bit.
Okay.
And I'm not saying that Steve Kaiser is not a smart man, but when I asked the question, he just shrugged one. Willeen Rosario will lead it off as we go to the top of the third. It's Rosario, Culberson, and De La Rosa. Rosario 0 for 4 with a couple strikeouts in yesterday's game. Out front of a changeup, 1 ball, 1 strike. Rosario committed to yesterday's ball game with 7 career home runs here at Citizens Bank Park and a .367 batting average. Phillies held him in check, though. In the dirt, 2 balls and 1 strike.
And the thing I like with Carlos here tonight, especially with those balls into the right-handed hitters, those cutters and the fastballs, he's really setting up deep. I'm not saying behind the hitter, but he's getting in there deep and giving Cole a really good target.
How long does it take? This is for both of you. I'll ask you guys this, Jamie, from the catcher standpoint, and Matt from the hitter standpoint. How long does it take the catcher to know how good your stuff is?
Who?
Like, does Ruiz know that Hamels has good stuff right now?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I think he knows he's got good stuff. He's got good, first of all, he's going to look at command, and I think he's seen that he has. He's in these first 2+ innings, he may have missed 2 locations that I can recall in the pitches he's thrown. And if he's, I'm saying missed on the plate, where he's missed off the plate, I don't really care about that one. He may be trying to miss off the plate, but I'm sure Carlos has a really good idea.
How about for a hitter, Matt? How long would it take you? Would it take you 2 innings? Would it take you 2 at-bats? I mean, is there a certain timetable?
Well, I think it works back to his mood on the mound. If he's getting the ball and he's getting on the mound quick and he has a good rhythm, his wind-up's easy. He's not showing any negative body motion. It might sound weird, but as a hitter, you watch that on deck, and okay, all of a sudden now he's getting in there and he's getting in his groove, throwing the pitches.
Nice play by Hernandez. Little pirouette.
And really watching his first couple of hitters and seeing what his game plan is. If a hitter goes out and throws a fastball, curveball, changeup, he throws the kitchen sink at the first couple of hitters, sometimes you'll see that he might not feel very comfortable. But if he's using 1 or 2 pitches, now he's feeling pretty good. He's getting in a rhythm. He's very confident in his stuff so far.
Well, with 1 away, Charlie Culberson, who's hit it 3 straight, starting over at third for Nolan Arenado, was on the disabled list with a broken finger. After the game yesterday, the Rockies revealed that Arenado may not be back until the end of June or the beginning of July.
Ooh, that could be big for the Rockies. Another point I'd like to make, Willeen Rosario has seen 13 pitches in 5 at-bats in this series. Guess how many he's swung at or taken? Either one. Look at it either way.
3.
He's taken 3 pitches in 13 at-bats. So you think he's an aggressive hitter? So, I mean, that's the kind of stuff. If you're sitting on the bench, if you're watching the game, if I'm pitching tomorrow, I'm well aware of his aggression.
Off the hands, looped out to right, up there long enough for Bird, 2 outs. Well, it's now time for you to tweet your AT&T fan photo using hashtag #PhillyFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown in an upcoming game broadcast. Now, when you do send it, you can tweet your photo and your hometown. And we'll show it a little later on in the telecast. Here's De La Rosa, 2 for 15 this year. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Breaking ball out towards center. That was a hanger, but De La Rosa did not make Hamels pay. 9 in a row to start the ball game for Cole Hamels. Middle of the third, Ruiz will lead it off. And Cole Hamels. And for Carlos Ruiz, Murph, the story hasn't only been about what he's done on the field over the last few days, but it's also been what he's done off the field the last few days.
Yeah, Tom, sometimes the stories you hear around the ballpark transcend baseball, and certainly the one that Carlos Ruiz told was one of those stories. 3 of his childhood friends over the weekend, he heard about it late Saturday night, were lost at sea in his home country of Panama, and his brother came over, told him what had happened. Immediately, Carlos went to the telephone to start making plans for rescue helicopters and boats and airplanes to go and search for these 3 men. They did that all day Sunday, and one by one were able to find the 3 men. The last gentleman was picked up after being in the water for 35 to 40 hours after their boat had capsized. But one by one, they were all found. They were alive and now are in stable condition because of the quick work, certainly of the rescuers down there in Panama, but Carlos Ruiz as well, doing what he could do from Philadelphia and funding a lot of the rescue efforts, able to save 3 of his dear friends from his childhood. It was an emotional story as Carlos replayed it for the media today, but it all ended well, and that's the most important thing. But Carlos Ruiz just showing just what kind of guy. We all know what kind of guy Carlos Ruiz is, but he was able to help. He has the means to help, and he did so without question to help some friends out this weekend, guys.
And remarkably, Murph, one of the survivors was on a boogie board, just hanging on a boogie board for anywhere between 35 and 40 hours before they found him. One of the folks that was out there, kind of a father figure for Carlos growing up. Carlos lost his dad at a young age. He dumps that one into right field. It's a leadoff single, the first hit of the day for the Phillies. And Carlos just gets back as Kadire throws behind him. Well, you guys can talk about what kind of a guy he is, because he is, for all of us that have known him, a treasure, not only to talk to, but to watch evolve as a ball player over the years.
He's very caring. I mean, I think that's just put in a simple word, and he He cares about his pitching staff. He cares about his hitters, the fans, family. And when we found out about the story today, it was just remarkable how it worked out. And it's amazing how quick it went through.
Well, it's nice to hear that everybody's doing okay, too, because obviously the rescue was only one part of it, but then the care afterward was another part of it. 1 ball, no strikes to Hernandez. And he shoots that one the opposite way, a base hit. Carlos will stop at second. First and second with nobody out. And now the fundamental part of the game is going to be spotlighted for the Phillies as Cole Hamels comes to the plate. You've got an opportunity to sacrifice the runners up. And fundamentals brings us to our Geico quote of the day. Ryan Sandberg talking about fundamental baseball. We need to improve on fundamental baseball to win games. We need to put it all together. We need to pitch. We need to turn the double plays. And we need to move runners and come up with key hits. If we've made a mistake in any of those areas, it has been tough for us to pull out a game. Hamels is one of the best bunters on the team. Well, this is probably going to have to be a perfect bunt because Ruiz does not run all that well, and it's a force play at third.
Just bunt it hard enough to third. That's all you want to do.
Cole's got to get himself in a good position here. Everybody in the ballpark knows he's going to lay down a sacrifice bunt, and that's exactly what it is. You're telling people, hey, it's a sacrifice. I'm going to give up an out to move 2 base runners. So for me, he needs to square when he's comfortable and get that bat out there, create a good angle, and just play catch with it, as we talked about with Kyle last night.
And he bunts it toward third. It's past De La Rosa, and Hamels will be safe at first. No man's land, and the bases are loaded.
Isn't it amazing what you can do when you execute something and force the defense to make a play? You never know what can happen. And this time it's worked out in the Phillies' favor.
And one of the reasons why, there's a few reasons why you bunt the ball to third base in this situation. He gets the barrel out in front nice. He doesn't jab at it. He allows the ball to hit the barrel of the bat. All right. Now you're bunting the ball to third base. Now the third baseman has to make the decision. Can the pitcher get it and turn it throw to third base? The reason why you bunted it hard up to third base is you want the third base to come in, field the ball, throw to first base because there is no one covering at third base. But he bunts it hard enough where the third baseman decides that De La Rosa should be able to get it. Jamie, that's a knock.
Wasn't able to get there, and you get bases loaded at the top of the order.
3 straight hits. Ben Revere's coming up. He grounded out his first time up. Outside corner, and it's 0-1.
That's the hardest pitch De La Rosa's thrown tonight, 95. And that's what I'm talking about with him being able to change speeds with his fastball. He's been anywhere tonight from 91 to 95. And that's pitching. That's what you want your guy with your pitchers with feel to be able to do.
To the right side, Murnau makes the play and comes home, so they get the force out. Put out goes 3-2. The bases remain loaded with 1 away.
Nice play by Murnau going to his right and making a strong throw.
Probably not the guy to hit it to in the infield. He's a pretty polished defensive player. And you saw it right there. He got to the ball. He kept right on moving, had confidence, and made a decent throw to Rosario, but he fell down. They got the force out. You got to get it out there.
Well, now it's Hernandez who's over at third, Hamels at second, and Revere at first with Rollins up. Inside, 1 ball, no strikes. Rollins flied to right his first time up. 2 wild pitches this year for De La Rosa. Off the hands, a bloop out to first. Two outs, and it's up to Utley now with the bases loaded.
It's all about execution, and that's what Jorge's doing right now. He's executing his pitches. Here you see a fastball that just rides in on and gets in deep on Jimmy's hands. That's above the label. That ball probably has pine tar on it. He got in there so deep. The other thing I'm looking at, the Phillies have 11 at-bats. 6 of the 11 at-bats tonight are 2 pitches or less. And Matt, you talk about trying to make pitchers work. Jorge really, until he's gotten to this inning under a little bit of duress, hasn't really had to work.
Utley struck out his first time up, so he's 0 for 1. Off-speed pitch, and it's 0-1.
Interesting. Maybe we take a look at the break in between innings. But, that pitch right there, it looks like he had a split grip, and we have no knowledge of him throwing a split fastball. So, in our advanced scouting report, maybe we can go back and check that out between innings.
I think it's his changeup. That's a split.
It could be, but I don't recall. Well, he was hurt when I played in Colorado. He was rehabbing his Tommy John, so I remember him previous to that having a changeup, a conventional changeup, or the OK changeup.
The ball's in 1 strike to Utley. Fastball, and it's 0-2. The Phillies executed with the first 3 hitters, but the last couple have not come through. And now it's Utley who's batting with Hernandez at third, Hamels at second, and Revere around at first. Out toward left field. Pretty well hit. Going back on it is Gonzalez. He's got room, makes the catch. And the side is retired. No runs, 3 hits. Phillies leave them loaded. We'll go to the 4th here in Philadelphia. By Thomas Jefferson University Hospitals. Call 1-800-JEFF now for an appointment. And by Dodge. Visit Dodge.com or your local dealer today. scoreless ball game as we go to the top of the 4th inning here at Citizens Bank Park. We had about an hour and 20-minute rain delay. All right, this is this pitch we were wondering about, Jamie.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell. I can't really tell if it's not slow enough for me. It's a little too blurry, so we don't have that super slow. But it looks like in his glove, it looks like he has a split grip. But it is what he's calling his changeup. So I don't know if it's a split or if it's a changeup. Either way, it's kind of the same pitch.
There's that grip you're talking about. So yeah, it does look like.
But that's to the side. I'd like to see his pointer finger. Right. Yeah, it does look like a split. But it doesn't look like it has the action of a split, does it, man?
But it doesn't tumble.
I'll have to check on that tomorrow.
Well, we go to the top of the order. Drew Stubbs will lead it off for the Rockies. Swing and a miss, 0-1. Mentioned Hamels didn't throw a whole lot of changeups the first time through, but he starts Stubbs off with a changeup. Stubbs struck out looking his first time up. And there's a line drive base hit past Rollins into left center field. So the first hit of the night for the Rockies. And it comes to start the top of the 4th. So for the first time tonight, Hamels will work from the stretch. He was able to get LeMahieu on one back toward the middle that Utley fielded his first time up. Swing and a miss. Ruiz drops the ball, and that allows Stubbs to cruise into second. Now that's his 6th stolen base of the year.
I like that aggression right there on behalf of the Rockies. I think first guy on, what's he doing? First pitch, stealing second base. Put the pressure on the defense and the pitcher.
Also figure the Phillies might be back on their heels a little bit after not being able to score in their half of the 3rd with the bases loaded and nobody out. And he bunts, and it rolls foul. Playing for a run here in the top of the 4th.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. You think maybe Walt Weiss thinks this might be a 1-0 game? Potentially?
Despite the 3 hits the Phillies had, De La Rosa's throwing well, and Hamels is throwing well, so.
And they're both kind of pitching like their hair's on fire, huh?
34 strikes for Hamels, 9 balls so far, for a total of 43. 0-2 pitch.
Now, if yours and Matt's hair was on fire, it wouldn't be a long fire, would it?
No, with this humidity is killing our hair. 2-2.
I actually like the attempt to bunt him over to third base. His job is to drive the ball to right field. If he hits a ground ball to second base or first, he does his job. Now he gets a sac bunt.
And then he has Tulowitzki and Gonzalez due up after him to try to cash in.
Because what you're trying to do is the Phillies had the bases loaded, not out. Now all of a sudden the momentum's back to normal. Now all of a sudden if you jump back out to the lead at the top of the 4th inning, now the momentum's back on your side, and you just seem like you try a little extra at the batters when you're hitting, and you want to try to do a little too much.
3 balls and 2 strikes to LeMahieu. Ground ball through the hole on the left side, a base hit. Stubbs didn't see it right away. Mayberry's up and throwing, and it's off the glove of Hernandez. It'll be first and third with nobody out. I'm not sure at all what Drew Stubbs saw or didn't see. He was waiting for that ball to go through, but then still froze.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe he thought the third baseman, Cesar, may have had a chance at that ball off the bat. You know, the angle that he had, I'm not sure how he read that. Because see, Cesar took a step towards the ball, and Stubbs was probably tracking the ball, and then realized that Hernandez was not going to get the ball. So he watched the ball, and then he kind of glanced at Cesar. I think he just assumed that Cesar was going to get that ball, is my take on it.
Well, the Phillies have played the infield back for two with the runners on first and third. Tulowitzki is the batter. Quick toss over to first. Eric Young has the stopwatch over in the first base coach's box.
And for as much as the Rockies are a free swinging team, they don't have a whole lot of strikeouts. I mean, sometimes you see a club, especially a power hitter on a club with a high strikeout number, and there's really nobody on the club with a ridiculous amount of strikeouts.
Kind of like the Braves last year.
Right.
High-powered team, but they struck out an awful lot. Tulowitzki's numbers with runners in scoring position still with an 0 for 9. Still out very good. And a liner to right field. Bird's coming on, makes the catch, tagging from third is Stubbs. The throw to the plate is not in time. It's 1-0 Colorado. A sac fly for Tulowitzki, 37 runs batted in. Well, that is exactly how you're supposed to play it if you're Drew Stubbs. Phillies are fortunate that LeMahieu didn't head to second base on that overthrow of the cutoff man.
Just a fastball out over the plate. Brown Bird does a nice job of charging it, but ends up getting underneath it and airmail a little bit. And Tom Great Point very fortunate that he didn't go from first to third. LeMahieu from first to second, sorry.
So 1-0 Colorado here in the fourth, and Carlos Gonzalez, who lined out to Utley his first time up, will be the hitter. Gonzalez did walk twice in yesterday's ball game. Will Nieve bent out of the way as that ball was smoked over there. Pete Buchanan, who was in the open part of the stairwell, he didn't even move.
I like that
He
pitch,
didn't even
though.
blink an eye.
Stay right there with that heater. You can't keep it fair. That's strike one. Maybe you lost the ball, but so what? You get another one back, throw another strike in there, or try to get him to react in there.
Runner goes, pitches chopped towards second. Phillies will get one over at first. Gonzalez is retired very easily, and there are 2 outs. Pulling a doubleheader at the office, W.B. Mason's huge selection of Green Mountain Coffee K-Cup packs keep you running and provides fan base satisfaction. Order by 11:30 and get free same-day delivery. Who but W.B. Mason? Gonzalez pretty slow to go back to the dugout.
Still feeling that foul ball for the first at bat.
Could be. As talented as he is, he does get nicked up a lot. Kadire fly to right his first time. Takes a cutter inside. 1 ball, no strikes. That one's in there for strike two. It's 2-2. That was a fastball from Hamels at 90 miles an hour. Toyota Major League Scoreboard, Jason Hayward has helped the Braves to a 3-2 lead over the Red Sox. That game's at the bottom of the 6th. Aaron Harang is pitching for the Braves, and John Lester is pitching for the Red Sox. 2-2 pitch. Fly ball. Shallow right. Marlon Byrd's there. And the side is retired. But the Rockies do strike first on a sac fly by Troy Tulowitzki. Middle of the 4th. Marlon Byrd will lead it off when we return. Toyota. The Toyota Time Sales event is going on now. Toyota, let's go places. What a turn of events from one half inning to another. The Phillies at the bases loaded, nobody out, couldn't score. Meanwhile, the Rockies, after not having a hit through the first 3 innings, were able to put together a run in the top of the 4th. So now we go to the bottom of the 4th. It'll be Marlon Byrd, Darren Ruff, and John Mayberry to face Jorge De La Rosa. De La Rosa's thrown 33 pitches through 3. It's our second game in 10 days where the opposing pitchers thrown 33 pitches in the first 3 innings. There's Kyle Kendrick, whose losing streak came to a close yesterday. 16 games. He was 0-10 before yesterday's win. Phillies got him out to a lead, and then they were able to front run. He went 6 2/3 in that ball game. Up high, 2-0. How about Kendrick's losing streak ended yesterday, and then Jeff Samardzija. Those two guys had the 3rd longest active losing streak in baseball. His losing streak ended yesterday.
Isn't it funny how sometimes things just happen? You just can't explain it.
Although his losing streak, Samardzija's, was a little different than Kyle's. His ERA was pretty low. They just weren't scoring any runs for it. And they were blowing a lot of games late.
Well, what was the one game they scored 18 or 19 runs against St. Louis?
Right.
And he pitched the next day?
Right. And then I think they scored 2 the next day. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Byrd.
See, that's his other changeup. So he does have some sort of a split kind of thing going on, and that was a changeup right there. See it in his glove. Oh no, it wasn't there. He had that in his glove. It looked like he had a conventional changeup. He fooled me. Can't fool a fool, can you?
Opposite way, and that is a foul ball. And it remains 2-2. Well, I will say this, Fool. that split was a little deeper than the one he threw in the previous inning. The way he gripped it.
Well, and I think that one had better movement than the others have had. Now, the ones he was throwing to Chase, he may have been trying to cut him and try to get him to run away from the left-handed hitter. That's something too. That's a couple questions I got to add for Jorge tomorrow.
Three balls, 2 strikes. Darren Ruff is on deck. Off the end of the bat, and that will find the seats over the Phillies dugout. Oh, jeez. That poor soul. Come on, help him up, boys.
Still has a beer in his hand, though.
Spill an ounce of his beer.
He must be Canadian, huh?
Put that guy right in the palm.
Just kidding. Ooh, that's gotta hurt.
It's a good thing it hit the guy in the black's hand, because it would have hit the other guy right in the head. Got him with an off-speed pitch, and that's the first out here in the 4th. Well, after the Rockies are out of Philadelphia, the New York Mets are here for 5 days. It's a work week. Thursday at 7:05 first pitch, and the series wraps up on Monday, also 7:05. That's the rescheduled game from the 30th of April. On Sunday, all fans coming to the ballpark that day who are 14 and under receive the Cliff Lee action figurine, sponsored by Total. Tickets are available by going to Phillies.com. Darren Ruff takes a strike. It's 0-1. Ruff hit a chopper to short his first time up. In the air to left field. Gonzalez going back to the warning track, to the wall. It is gone! And we're all tied up in 1. First home run of the year for Darren Ruff. It's his first hit of the season. A little bit of a spark from the Phillies' first baseman. It's a 1-1 ball game.
Ruff does a very nice job staying back on the split. That stays in the middle of the zone, stays back on it, and drives to the left center. Very good bounce, head down, and finishes high.
Now that makes a winner of John Kelly. He's just won $100 thanks to Darren Ruff at our McDonald's home run jackpot.
I love seeing that quick answer right back by the Phillies. That's big.
I just like seeing home runs hit.
Of course you do.
I know not everyone's going to hit home runs, but it just means that you're aggressive, you're staying back in the zone, and basically you're forgetting about the mechanics. And that's all it is staying back and seeing the ball and reacting and putting a good power swing on it, especially with Darren, who stays back extremely well and sees the ball. You know, Ryan Howard yesterday, the home run to right center, stayed back, didn't try to do too much with it.
Well, and for Darren, whether he stays here for the long term or if he goes back down to AAA, gets some more at bats, getting that swing and getting some playing time, it's going to benefit everybody if he can swing like that and get some more playing time. Inside 2-1 to Mayberry. Just to have that right-handed complement, whether it be to play a little first base against a lefty or play a little left field against a left-handed pitcher. Two balls, 2 strikes to Mayberry. He also grounded out to shortstop his first time up. Not sure where that one was, but for John Mayberry.
Oh, it was down a little bit. Yeah.
Okay. I would have thought the hitter would have said it was down. I didn't think the pitcher was going to say it was down.
Just being honest.
Here's the 3-2 pitch to Mayberry. Fouls it off. That ball kept on running inside.
We haven't really seen any curveballs from Jorge tonight. Remember him having a real good curveball. Actually saw him pitch a game earlier this season on TV, and he had a really good curveball.
33 pitches through the first 3 innings. And Phillies have made him throw 16 here. That's number 17. It turns out to be the second strikeout of the inning. MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, is celebrating 12 years. Join the millions of subscribers. Watch every out-of-market game live in true HD on over 400 devices. Visit Phillies.com for details. Carlos singled his first time up. He's 1 for 1. Throwing a lot of pitches other than his fastball in this inning.
Throwing a lot of cutters tonight. Whole lot of cutters.
That was probably one of the better cutters he threw tonight. He had it underneath Carlos's hands, and the only place you're going to hit that is off the shin.
Oh, there's a fastball just as we said it, and it's 2-1. De La Rosa, who's from Monterrey, Mexico, signed with the Arizona Diamondbacks back in 1998 as a free agent. Change up low, 3-1. Did you play with him in the Mexican League, Matt, or against him?
I don't know. Got to think about that one.
He was on Fernando's team.
Oh, so then you played against him.
He was under the tutelage of Fernando for a little bit, and Fernando Valenzuela, of course.
Outside, ball 4. Ruiz draws a walk.
So that must mean he was a teammate of mine then, because I played.
Well, I was thinking about that. I didn't want to go that far, but I do remember you saying that you were a teammate of Fernando Valenzuela. Toyota Major League Scoreboard. Mets and the Pirates have tied at 2. Juan Lagares has an RBI double.
Well, how about tomorrow we get on and I'll introduce you to?
Oh no, I played with him in Milwaukee.
Kansas City, Milwaukee,
somewhere.
It's so great if you were like locker mates in Mexico or something. Hernandez singled his first time up. He's 1 for 1.
Well, I could see that maybe you don't know him or you don't remember him because he's very, very quiet. You don't even know he's around.
Right, like Matt. So that means that neither one of them talks.
And just to let you know, he wasn't my locker partner in Mexico because we changed at the hotel and drove over to the ballpark.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. 7 years down there.
Nothing but the best for you.
Player, manager. Maybe I managed him.
Ruiz was going on that pitch. He fouls it away. Hernandez does. 1 ball, 1 strike to him. Carlos pulling out the element of surprise on that one. Over to third. Culberson backs up on it. And LeMahieu nearly tripped over the second base bag. Side is retired, though. The Phillies tie it up on a solo home run by that guy right there. Darren Ruff, his first homer of the season, his first hit up here in the big leagues. This one went just over the flower bed and left. It's a 1-1 game as we go to the 5th here at Philadelphia. Hamels has retired the Rockies in order 3 times here tonight. Every time the opposing team is retired 1, 2, 3, Comcast will make a contribution to Phillies charities. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Go to the 5th, and a swing and a miss by Morneau.
Yeah, I think right there is one of those swings that, Matt, you talk about. He got his money's worth with that swing, even though Cole beat him with a changeup. It was a strong swing, and right there he backed it up with another changeup. I like it. He could throw him another one. He could throw a fastball in. He could elevate a fastball, throw something hard off the plate, chase cutter off the plate. Throw him another changeup. I like it. And I'm sure Morneau's he's not going to throw me another one. He's not going to throw me another one.
Well, it certainly has moved his eye level around.
Mm-hmm.
Down the left field line, and that one is foul. Way to be in the right place at the right time for that foul ball.
Even though he's thrown 4 pitches here, we're still in an 0-2 situation. So I think it's very it'll be very diligent and wise of Cole and Carlos to have a plan here and stick with it, what they want to do with this 0-2 pitch.
Throw a curveball right here and drop it on home plate.
Well, he throws the cutter. It's 1-2. He hasn't thrown the curveball yet.
That was a good location for that cutter, though.
It's a pretty good take by Morneau. It's almost like you read it out of his hand.
Fouls the changeup off, and it remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. This is a good battle going on right here between Morneau and Cole Hamels.
See, with that changeup, it's kind of running into him, so it's kind of tracking into his body, and that's why he can't keep it fair.
All right, he's throwing everything but the curveball. That fastball at 92. That's the guy who earlier fell down, and somebody finally got him a baseball. spoils another one, and it remains 2-2. All right, so this would be at least a 9-pitch or 10-pitch at bat.
And each one saying, I'm not giving in to you right here. This is a battle. It's a fun battle to watch. Here we go. There's the hook.
A little too far outside. 3-2. Rosario is on deck.
Morneau has swung at every strike in this at bat.
So front door cutter. One cutter away.
To the right side, so Hamels wins the battle. A lot of pitches. There's one out here in the top of the 5th inning.
I disagree with that front door cutter because now it's coming onto the plate where he was throwing that changeup off the plate. Now you're throwing it right into his barrel.
Jamie, is there a certain pitch that you wish you did throw? I mean, this pitch right here had some good late movement on it. You threw this pitch.
I wish I could throw a 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
I was going to say harder.
All right, touche. Okay.
Just one, just to see what it would feel like.
It would have changed your entire career if you had thrown a 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
Maybe I wouldn't be so cynical.
You might be even more cynical. 1 ball and no strikes. Ruiz off with the mask. This time he tosses it aside and makes the catch. Matt, do me a favor. Tomorrow, go down and tell Carlos that Jamie wants him to use 2 hands next time.
I'll tell him tomorrow. I'll remind him to.
I think it might come better.
You're going to be busy talking De La Rosa.
Well, I'm going to introduce the 2 of you.
2 outs, and here's Culberson. That helped too. The fact that Morneau's at bat was so long pitch-wise, and Rosario went after the first pitch.
Oh, he's now swung at. He's taken 3 out of 14 pitches. Going to keep track of that.
Into foul territory. Ruff will give it a look, and it's out of play. Nice catch by that youngster right there.
Jimmy, getting back to you talking about throwing 95. This is a great play. One-handed. That young fella, but Jimmy, why don't you go ahead and talk to him about 2 hands tomorrow?
Sure, I'd love to.
0-2.
But we're talking about Jamie wishes he could throw a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, but you controlled your 83, 84, usually on the black of home plate. You got people swinging.
I like the pitch on the black.
Floater out towards shallow center. Revere is there. Side is retired. Turns out to be an easy inning for Cole Hamels. 1-2-3 go the Rockies. Middle of the 5th inning here at Citizens Bank Park. We're all even at 1. boys, here's the question one more time. Who is the only Rockies manager to win the National League pennants?
Clint Hurdle.
Clint Hurdle is correct. Back in 2007. In fact, the road to the National League pennant started right here against the Phillies. Log back on thephillies.com to find out if you're the winner of a Phillies prize pack. Corey Dickerson will take over in left field for the Rockies. So we noticed before that Carlos Gonzalez was limping back from first. He fouled a ball off his leg earlier in the game. So maybe that has something to do with it. He's been nicked up, though, during the course of this season. So Dickerson will back cleanup. And De La Rosa has allowed the home run to Darren Ruff. And 3 other hits in the third. But we're tied at 1 as we go to the 5th inning. Cole Hamels will lead it off. It'll be Hamels, Ben Revere, Jimmy Rollins. 9-1-2. Hamels 3 for 13 on the year, counting the bunt single he picked up in his first at bat. He was trying to sacrifice the runners over. Good swing on that first pitch. It's 0-1. Fouled over the Rockies dugout, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. De La Rosa had a 15-inning scoreless streak that was snapped with that rough home run in the 4th. Probably thinks the rain's following. In his last outing, he went 3 innings, and then there was a rain delay, so he didn't come back after those 3 scoreless innings. Tonight, we had a rain delay of 1 hour and 20 minutes. Two and 2 to Hamels. To the right side. And 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th. Mentioned earlier that second base umpire Tony Randazzo was back in the rotation with this crew. Tony hasn't been umpiring the whole year. He's been down in the minor leagues rehabbing. He had a left knee injury that he was rehabbing. He missed the entire year, and he's just back now for the first time. I think that's interesting. I don't think I've, and obviously it's happened before, but I don't think I've ever heard of an umpire rehabbing to get back up to the big leagues.
I mean, think about it. These guys are on their feet the whole game, every game.
Well, he's one of the good guys too, Tony Randazzo. I think you guys will both agree to that.
Great guy.
And one of those 4 nights, they're doing an awful lot of squatting.
Yeah. Ball's 1 strike to Revere. He's 0 for 2. He's grounded out twice. Waves at a breaking ball. It's 0-2.
So, ball players go down, get 1 inning out of the game. Does he go down, does like one or 2 innings, and then
did the whole game.
Sits out?
No, did the whole game.
Goes ice, runs, works out, gets ready for the next day?
He did the whole game. He did not ease his way back into a 9-inning ball game. Nice play by Morneau to scoop that on the backhand. 2 away here in the 5th inning. Phillies will face the Miami Marlins for the second time here at Citizens Bank Park beginning Monday, June 23rd. I know we're still a month away, but you can still make plans to come out to the ballpark for a 4-game series, which we have the Phils and the Marlins. Monday the 23rd is a Hatfield Dollar Dog Night, and Thursday the 26th is the Xfinity Fireworks postgame. Tickets can be purchased anytime by going to Phillies.com. Jimmy Rollins with 2 outs. Swing and a miss, 0-1. Jimmy's swing sort of is a little out of sorts right now. He's 0 for his last 11. His average at 260. Outside with a fastball, 3-1. De La Rosa was showing a little frustration. I don't think with the call because it was a ball. I think with himself.
He's lost a little bit of his command, especially with his changeup.
Boy, that was a nasty pitch.
I think his cutter's become a little sharper. He's thrown 2 real good cutters to Jimmy. First pitch that was down that Jimmy swung over, and that pitch there that Jimmy was kind of undecided on what he wanted to do.
At ball 4, so Rollins works out a walk. That's the second walk issued by De La Rosa. Gives Utley a chance. He's 0 for 2 in this ball game. Utley is struck out. He's also flied out to left. Run in the 4th by the Rockies. A run in the bottom of the 4th by the Phillies on a home run by Darren Ruff.
I do believe Jimmy's very happy with that walk right there. He's not picking the ball up out of any pitcher's hands right now, especially De La Rosa tonight. Front hip flies out. He's landing heavy on his front foot. Timing is off. So when you're struggling, you want to see as many pitches as you can, and you want to walk.
Well, we mentioned that Rollins was 0 for his last 11, and is 0 for his last 11. I always wonder how hard it is for a switch hitter to get out of a stretch like that. It's hard enough for a guy that's just left-handed or right-handed, but when you're at both sides of the plate like Rollins, it must be tough to get out of that sometimes.
Well, I mean, it's twice as much work, but for me, I see him taking more at bats, of course, lately left-handed. But I mean, when we get here to the ballpark early in the afternoon, he's in the cage, swinging from left side, right side, doing his work and working on it. But I like the fact that he's not feeling very well hitting right now. He's still seeing some pitches.
Utley takes down and away. 1 ball, no strikes. Utley in 22 games in April hit .345 with 3 home runs and 10 doubles. In 22 games in May, he's hitting .318 with 10 doubles. Basically the same amount of at-bats. His average is a few ticks down, but you want to talk about consistency. He's had a pretty consistent 2014. Little dribbler to the right side. This will be a tough play. LeMahieu has it, flips with his glove, and in time. And Utley's retired. The side is retired as well. No runs, no hits, and 1 man left. LeMahieu did the Utley to get Utley. Flipping with the glove just in time to get the Phil's second baseman. in 2014. After a bump of the road on the third day of the season, the last man out of the bullpen for the Phils has turned out the lights on opponents. Through the first 2 months, Papelbon has been in complete control. There were plenty of questions about the effectiveness of Jonathan's pitches entering this season. He has not only been effective, but efficient as well, closing games in 1-2-3 fashion. And it's brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. We go to the top of the 6th inning. It's a 1-1 game. Maybe the Phillies can utilize Jonathan Papelbon a little later on in the ball game. Jorge De La Rosa will lead it off against Hamels, and the first pitch is over for a strike. It's 0-1. Just received word that Carlos Gonzalez has a right calf contusion. And just assume that it's the foul ball off his leg earlier in the game. 0-2. So Walt Weiss need to make the adjustment, and he has Dickerson now batting in the 4-hole. Oh, 2 pitch. 3 pitches, 3 strikes, 1 away. What Philly sports topic are you fired up about? Tweet at PST on CSN, and Michael Barkan can discuss your tweet on Philly Sports Talk, presented by Comcast Business, weeknights at 5 on Comcast Sportsnet. Inside, 1 ball and no strikes. Drew Stubbs singled and scored the run for the Rockies. That was back in the 4th. Overpowered by that cutter. That sort of uppercut swing made him late. That might have been the best curveball of the night.
Well, that's a good one.
All right, now it looks like he's getting that rhythm back that he had the first couple of innings. He lost it sort of in the 4th, but now looks like he's got it back going again. And a call, strike 3 on the inside part of the plate. Back-to-back Ks for Utley, or excuse me, for Hamels, and there's 2 away. Cole Hamels with his 3 strikeouts here tonight is now at 1,552, right on the heels of Kurt Schilling, 4th place all time in Phillies history. The guy at the top is going to be a tough guy to catch.
I think safe to say he'll be safe.
Over to the left side, Rollins gets it on the backhand, flip throw over to first. It's in time to get LeMahieu. He's still got it. Jimmy Rollins got to that quickly, left his feet even faster, and threw a strike over to first base to retire the side in order. Well, it's been a couple of years since he last won a Gold Glove. The way he's throwing this year and the way he's getting the baseballs, I don't know if too many guys are doing it as well as Jimmy Rollins so far. boys. It's time now for our Hyundai defensive play of the game. In case you missed it, it just happens.
Yeah, Jimmy Rollins does a very nice job going to his right, picking the ball clean and making a very strong throw across the middle of the infield and making a very tough play look very easily.
He really did make it look easy. It's the way he got to it. That's the first step. The way he jumped and tossed and made it look easy.
He got to that ball rather quickly. I think that was the jump off the bat allowed him to get to that ball. And he actually, that's a Tulowitzki play right there. Troy, I don't think he coined that play. I think maybe Derek Jeter did.
I think Jeter, yeah.
But Troy does that play quite well, and obviously Jimmy does it too. Some good shortstops in the game.
Well, Tulowitzki made his first error of the season in yesterday's ball game. Rollins has made 3 so far. And then you got Andrelton Simmons. He's made 2. Oh, and Bird will lead it off. Bird is 0 for 2. He's flying to center, and he is struck out.
Jamie, did you know that defensive play right there was brought to you by Hyundai?
No, I didn't. Thanks for telling me, man.
To the camera well. 1 ball, 1 strike. I do apologize, Matt, that I didn't let you do that tagline.
But all right. Tomorrow.
That one is way up there. Out to right field. Kadire will wait. And there's the first out here in the bottom of the 6th inning. And that brings Darren Ruff to the plate. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Delaware Valley Honda. Visit your local Delaware Valley Honda dealer. ShopHonda.com. By McDonald's, any size hot or iced coffee is just $1. McDonald's, I'm loving it. And by AT&T, mobilizing your worlds. Along with Matt Stairs and Jamie Moyer and Greg Murphy, I'm Tom McCarthy. Game 2 of this 3-game series. It's a 1-1 game. Darren Ruff tied it at 1. Up here in the booth, we've got Charlie O'Gara on the camera. Steve Kaiser as our stage manager tonight. Magellan, Carl Graber, our statistician. 2 balls and no strikes. The human GPS. Balls, no strikes, the count to Darren Ruff. That one's over for strike 1 at the knees. Broke his bat. The home run bat is shattered.
It's just a nice, easy swing with an off speed over the out at half the plate. Took a nice swing and drove it out of the ballpark for his first hit and his first home run of the year.
And that bat that he used for the home run is now in splinters. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Ruff. And he ties him up, and he is down on strikes for the 2nd out. 2 away. That'll bring Mayberry to the plate. As promised earlier in the game, we have the AT&T fan photo of the game. Big B from New Jersey providing tonight's photo. Thank you, Brian. We appreciate that. You can send your photo to hashtag with a hashtag Philly fan photo for a chance to be shown in an upcoming game broadcast brought to you by AT&T. John Mayberry is grounded to short. He struck out. 0 for 2. 2 strikes. That's Matt Belisle throwing in the pen for the Rockies, the right-hander. Mayberry just fouled one up to the Hall of Fame club. It didn't stay up here all that long. Somebody was in for a surprise down in the Diamond Club area. They tried to get Mayberry with the same pitch that he got roughed with, that cutter off the inside part of the plate, and it's 2-1. He does have an assortment of pitches. We saw Willie Rosario put down the number 5 a couple pitches ago.
Could be a fastball. I've been on some teams that use 2 signs for a fastball. Actually we use 2 and 5 as the same pitch. There's another 5.
There you go.
I think that's his cutter. 5's the cutter. He's got the fingernail polish on his fingernails so he can see all the fingers.
Yeah, do you guys, I mean, I've been on teams where they thought that the coaches at first base, third base are relaying signs. Is that why you guys would go with a 5 or a 2 or a certain amount of touches so people wouldn't relay signs?
Yep. There's the conventional way. 1's a fastball, 2's a curveball, 3's a slider, 4's a changeup.
Off the end of the bat, a flare to right field. LeMahieu can't get to it. A base hit for Mayberry. So he's aboard with 2 outs. And it brings Carlos Ruiz to the plate.
But the crazy thing was, the team that I was on, that when we did that, everybody had to use the same signs. And I'm thinking, well, that doesn't make any sense. We want to try to code them, but everybody used the same signs. And they say, well, the reason we do that so the catchers don't have to come out and talk to you about your signs. We've got enough time during the day that we can have that conversation.
I would agree with you on that. I would think from game to game you want to mix it up. A lot of times, as you said, fastball is a 1, curveball is a 2, changeup is a little flow to the fingers. But you could, let's say, if the curveball is not your best pitch or second best pitch, you could make that 3 or 4 if you choose to.
Well, the touch thing, I'm glad Matt brought that up, because actually I was talking to Willeen about it today, and he said, hey, remember Poppy? You teach me the touches. And I noticed that they use them. Carlos uses them. Tom Lampkin taught those to me a long time ago when I was in Seattle, and I really found it real easy to learn them and to use them, and it was very difficult for the base runners to pick up pitches. And they were really so simple they were stupid, but I had two different places where I touched that was the same pitch. So if and I had those for my fastball and my changeup, so I didn't create any sequences.
Outside corner, 0-2 to Ruiz.
That whole sign game can be a very secretive thing and scientific thing and almost a sacred thing. And I know back in my early days in the major leagues, if you got caught, somebody, if a guy was stealing signs at second base, the hitter was usually on his back, and there were no questions asked.
Inside 1-2. All right, so if your catcher went through touching the chest protector, touching the shin guards, would he still lay down a sign?
I never use signs. Again, we use second touch, third touch, last touch, and then shake to whatever touch you want to shake to. And the crazy thing with guys on base, they use a whole series of signs and they shake to the first sign. That never made sense to me. You're trying to secretively go through a series of signs and then you shake off, and they always use the first sign. Why don't you just use the first sign from the beginning? So I always told pitchers, when you shake, you never go to first sign.
I didn't remember that you didn't use regular signs that you.
Well, I did with nobody on.
Okay.
But with men on second base, or if we thought coaches were trying to steal them, then we would go to the touches.
Opposite way again for Ruiz, a base hit. Mayberry will stop at second. Carlos is 2 for 2 in tonight's ball game. Here comes Cesar Hernandez. He has a single in tonight's game. He's 1 for 2. Matt Belisle's been warming up for quite a while in the Rockies bullpen.
Here you see a fastball. It's out over the plate. It's slightly elevated, and Carlos really doesn't try to do a whole lot with it. Just hits it the other way, and that's really how the Phillies, when they've got something started tonight, that's what they've done. They've gone the other way, and they've kind of singled Jorge to death. But once they've gotten guys in scoring position, they haven't been able to stay with that.
Let's see if they can stay with it here with runners on first and second. Hernandez 5 for 33 so far. A big swing, and it's 0-1.
And one thing I like about what Chooch is working on right now is that he was struggling a little bit. He was about 0 for 13, 0 for 14 at one time. He was getting in that pull mode again. Now him thinking about driving the ball to right field makes your bat go through the zone a little longer, an easier swing. You do it a few times, and now all of a sudden when you pull on a ball, it's just automatic reaction, and you're not forcing your swing.
Kind of an opposite style right now for Cesar Hernandez. What did you say?
Yeah, that's a force swing / overswinging. Really coming out of the zone, out of his shoes. Head moving. All of a sudden now that the ball angle changes because your eyes are bouncing a little bit.
And that swing gets long.
Right, and you made a great point earlier. His first at bat, he drove the ball to right field. Now it looks like he's trying to be that guy and wants to hit the 3-run home run.
Williams using the touches there and the fingers.
Ooh.
Well, the fun thing that I created with my signs is not only wasn't the pitch, but the location went with the pitch. So the catcher knew what pitch it was and the location that I was looking for. So we didn't have to worry about giving a sign and then trying to figure out what the location was.
Tom, I'm glad I didn't pitch because I would never remember that.
There's a lot going on there. Outside, 1-2 to Hernandez.
And actually how I would go through it, I would draw a catcher on a piece of paper, and I'd put numbers to what the signs were, and then I'd make a little key on the left side of the paper so he could equate the number to the location. And then I wrote out what the pitch was and the location, and they could go study it.
Did you ever have a catcher come out and say, listen, I forgot where you wanted me to be?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But you know what? When you cross them up a couple times or when they get crossed up, they quickly remember. But, I mean, ultimately, I never wanted to cross them up.
Broke his bat. Ground ball left side. Picked up by Culberson, and he flips to second in time to get the final out. The head of the bat went out toward second base. The other part of it spiked into the ground, but the Phillies lead 2. Here in the 6th, we'll go to the 7th in a 1-1 game. Time now for your local Honda dealer's game summary. Troy Tulowitzki's sac fly scored the only run for the Rockies. Darren Ruff's home run scored the only run for the Phillies. Both pitchers have done a nice job tonight. Hamels has allowed just 2 hits. That's it. Over 6 innings. He has struck out 3. And he'll go to work here in the 7th. He'll face Tulowitzki, Dickerson, and then Michael Kadire. Breaking ball up high. 1 ball and no strike. Boone Logan is up and warming in the bullpen for the Rockies. Pretty good chance that De La Rosa's done. His pitch count was a little higher than Hamels. It's going to be the first time tonight that he's backed up curveballs like that, isn't it?
It is. And that second was a real good curveball. First one kind of just spun in there.
Over to third. Knocked down by Hernandez. He better hurry. He flips on one hop. Good play by Ruff, who picks it. One out here in the 7th inning. Corey Dickerson's coming up, and it's time for the Major League Notebook. Murph?
All right, T-Mac, thank you very much. Brought to you by Gwynedd Mercer University, and a collective sigh coming out of the front offices of Arlington, Texas, as an MRI on Yu Darvish's neck proved to be unremarkable, meaning nothing was wrong. He was scratched tonight from his start. It's an injury he's been dealing with all season long. He started the season on the disabled list because of that stiff neck, but they are hoping that he can make his next start. And the first All-Star ballots are out for the American League, and no surprise, Mike Trout is leading the way. He has over 760,000 votes so far. The next closest to him, about just over 600,000, and that is Derek Jeter is in second place for that, but he is well in the lead for the voting for the American League. I would imagine we'll see a National League ballot coming out in the next couple of days, guys.
Well, I'll tell you, Derek Jeter, even if he wasn't up on top of the ballot, I would think that John Farrell still would have picked him, or still will pick him, for him to say so long in what will be his final All-Star game.
I would agree. I think we'll see him in Minnesota.
2 balls and no strikes.
I think he could go into retirement and still be a leader in votes.
Well, there is some truth to that. He's in St. Louis right now, where the Yankees are trailing the Cardinals 6-0 in the 7th. They presented him with the Stan Musial cufflinks as his gift. Like Mariano Rivera last year, Jeter is getting gifts from everybody as he goes from town to town, city to city. (3-0) now to Dickerson, who's in the spot vacated by Gonzalez, and that's a strike. It's 3-1.
It's interesting because when I announced my retirement, I went to Coors and got a Coors beer. Came here, I got a Budweiser. These guys getting keys at the city. And
went to Chicago, you got an Old Style.
There you go. Toronto got a Molson.
That was a pretty good pitch. Maybe a little low. It's ball 4. Dickerson's aboard. First base runner for the Rockies since the 4th. These lucky fans are tonight's Citizens 7. They will receive a prize pack courtesy of Citizens Bank. Good banking is simple, clear, and personal. And that's helping you bank better. Good banking is good citizenship. Kadire is flied out to right both times, once to the track. mentioned Boone Logan's been throwing in the bullpen for the Rockies. He's probably ready to go. Good changeup, 0-1. Changeup has not been his dominant pitch here tonight. I guess it's still been his dominant secondary pitch, Jamie?
I would say so.
Yeah.
He's thrown a lot of cutters tonight, more than he has in his most recent starts.
Back-to-back changeups, 1 ball, 1 strike to Gadire.
And that happens in outings where you feel you have a better feel with one pitch, or you feel stronger, or you don't feel as strong, and you have command of another pitch that maybe you don't normally have that command of. That's why you have 4 pitches and you have options.
Well, and the Rockies are one of the better teams against lefties. They're hitting .304 as a team with 41 doubles this year. 3 straight changeups. So maybe the game plan was a little different because of the numbers the Rockies hitters have put up against lefties.
Well, and the good command that he has tonight, he only has 3 strikeouts. Usually when he has this type of command and the stuff that he has, he usually has 7, 8, 9, 10 strikeouts.
They may have slipped inside and high just a little bit. It's 2-2.
That pitch could have gone either way.
See his total pitches is at 92. Great splits tonight. 66-26.
You heard it.
Yeah. I was about to say he wasn't pleased with that pitch, but you're right. They did hear it.
That happens sometimes. The arm sometimes just doesn't work with the body. And then the mind lets everybody know.
How about a strikeout, throw him out?
Dickerson could be off and running on this pitch. Your buddy Eric Young whispering something in his ear.
Probably saying, make sure he goes home. Gadire, a good contact guy.
Outside, ball 4. So 2 walks in this inning. Back-to-back walks issued by Hamels. And Morneau will come to the plate. Well, nobody up and throwing in the bullpen for the Phillies at this point. He's only at 94 pitches on a loose night. For 2, he's fly to center and he's grounded out to second. Only 2 hits tonight for the Rockies. Both hits coming back in the 4th. That's it. 2 hits and 2 walks. Those are the only base runners. Out towards center field, and Revere will make the catch. Tagging from second is Dickerson. And there are 2 away. Back to first goes Gadire. Any chance he's going to take a pitch here?
What do you think, James?
Wow. Again, I'm not a betting man, but I'm going to say he's taking first pitch. Somebody's gotten in his ear.
I'm going to say if there was a cutter, first pitch, ground ball to third.
Fastball away.
It's hit away toward right. Bird back toward the scoreboard. It is gone. Into the first row and opposite field. Home run for Willeen Rosario. It's a 4-1 ball game. Five home runs now for Rosario. It's his 8th home run against the Phillies.
You see a fastball away. It's a pretty good pitch down and away, but this guy is a first pitch dead red fastball hitter. Deposits it first, second row.
It's not the same kind of result, but in the game against the Marlins the other day with Giancarlo Stanton up at the plate in an RBI situation, he swung at the first pitch fastball and drilled the ball up the middle for a base hit that gave the Marlins the lead in that game to start. So Rosario being congratulated. The 0-1 pitch to Culberson, swung on and missed. It's 0-2. That's only 3 hits tonight for Hamels. 3 hits allowed.
How many times have we said the 2-out walk comes back to haunt? Well, I'm sorry, it wasn't. I apologize. Both of those walks were with 1 out.
Well, the curveball gets Culberson. The side is retired, but the damage is done the opposite way. Willeen Rosario takes a fastball into the seats in right, and the Rockies lead it 4-1 as we stretch. Just 3 hits for the Rockies, but one of those hits a 3-run home run. Tuesday, June 10th, when the Phillies take on the San Diego Padres, a Chase Utley bobble figurine will be given out free to all fans. Compliments of Pico. You can purchase tickets now by going to Phillies.com. And there is the bobble figurine. Got a little dirt on the knee. Sunglasses. That's a great giveaway. So you have the Cliff Lee action figurine given out this Sunday to fans 14 and under, but that one's to everybody. Boone Logan is the new pitcher for the Rockies as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. And Tony Gwynn Jr. will be the pinch hitter for the Phillies. All right, so the Phillies now have to play a little catch-up. 9 outs to get 3 runs at least. And they'll hope the bullpen can hold it at a 3-run deficit. They have Mario Hollins warming up in the bullpen. Jeff Manship was up a moment ago, but now it's just Hollins. There's Mario. kind of a mixed bag tonight for Cole Hamels. Just 3 hits. But he trails at 4-1 as he exits the game. Boy, he had some good stuff tonight, too.
Yeah, it's a shame to waste it. Walk away here with a 3-run deficit.
1 ball, 1 strike to Gwynn.
I look back to tonight and his previous outing in Miami. You got a guy in scoring position. There was a guy in scoring position and a key hitter, a good fastball hitter, and Giancarlo Stanton. And tonight here with Willing Rosario, and started them both off with first pitch fastballs, and it made a difference in the game, in both of the games.
Particularly with Rosario swinging as early as he is swinging in the series, and even before this, his reputation was not built on these 2 games. 1-2 pitch to Gwynn, and he fouls it off his foot.
Oh, and back to that little stat I started to keep tonight. He's now seeing 15 strikes. He's taken 3 of them in this series.
There's Nicasio, who the Phillies saw as a starting pitcher earlier in the season, warming up. Way outside, 2-2. Get a couple base runners here. Maybe the top of the order can get it rolling for the Phillies. You've got Gwynn up now, pinch hitting for Hamels. And then Ben Revere on deck. Gwynn stays alive. This is turned out to be a 7-pitch at bat at the moment. Rockies bullpen has been 8-8 on the year, an ERA of 4.06. Think he realized that Dad got a baseball there? To the right side, Morneau, big hop on the glove side. And there's 1 gone here in the bottom of the 7th. Rockies bullpen in the month of May hasn't been as sharp. Their ERA is at 4.14, but they've also blown 3 saves. Ben Revere 0 for 3. In the air to right field. Could it be? Kadire going back. And the first career home run in the big leagues for Ben Revere is finally on the board. It's a 4-2 ball game. How about that? 1,466 at-bats, and Ben Revere finally has a major league home run. Very little reaction from the dugout, as you would expect. He's just going to stay by Reed Brignac and A.J. Burnett, and there you go. It's the longest stretch without a home run since 1977, when Frank Taveras, the former shortstop of the Pirates and the Mets, hit his first major league home run after 1,594 at-bats. 4-2 ball game. Well, you had to figure he was eventually going to do it. Maybe not.
I'm speechless.
Well,
you're both speechless. Come on, the man needs his swing broken down.
No, I mean, and if it was a fastball down and in
against a lefty.
Exactly, and it just proves that a nice, easy swing and reaction, and the ball will come off the bat very nicely. Still speechless, though.
Ben did have home runs in the minor leagues. Not a boat full of them, but he did have home runs in the minor leagues.
MVP.
And MVP. Rollins bunts it foul, and Rosario can't get to it, thankfully. All right, break it down, boys.
Well, fastball is supposed to be down the middle. Tail back, down and in. And that's where you let the barrel do the work. You drop the barrel down to the ball, hit it to right field, and pull up and jog around and know that's your first, and I repeat, your first major league home run.
He's got the trot down. He's looking around. He doesn't know what to do. Look at everybody just going away and sitting down. And Rollins is struck out. 2 outs here in the 7th. To admit at the last moment, I wasn't sure if it was actually going to go out.
I watched Kadire. He knew it was gone.
I agree. But at the last moment, it just slipped out. Well, here's Chase Utley. He's 0 for 3. He's struck out. He's flied out, and he's grounded out to second. Phillies 2 runs tonight on home runs. They have 7 hits. In there for strike 1 to Utley. It's 0-1. Ryan Howard knows that feeling. 300 times more than Ben Revere. 1 ball, 1 strike to Utley. And Utley rips one into right field at base hit. That means the tying run is coming to the plate. We may go out and get Nicasio to pitch to Marlon Byrd. Walt Weiss tells Rosario to go out and chat with Boone Logan. So the tying run is coming to the plate here in the 7th. Ottavino now is warming up at the bullpen for the Rockies. So Nicasio sat down. right, so they're going to let Logan face Marlon Byrd. At least I think. And yeah, they're going to. Maybe not. Well, Ottavino was done in the bullpen. You can see he was just standing up there. They probably wanted to give him some extra time, so they're going to do a double switch here. At least it looks that way as he went out to the home plate umpire. They will do a double switch here at the bottom of the 7th inning. The Phillies down by 2. Fanatic imposes from his collection of children's books. Released on the first of each month, each bobble is part of a limited edition run. Get yours before they're gone. Available exclusively at the Majestic Clubhouse store at Citizens Bank Park. Changes for the Rockies. LeMahieu moves from second to third. Rutledge comes in to play seconds. Rutledge will bat 9th, and Ottavino, who's the new pitcher, will bat 6th in the Rockies lineup. Check that, he'll bat 8th. He's over at first. Ottavino pitched in yesterday's game. And Bird takes a strike. It's 0-1. Marlon is 0 for 3. 0 for his last 11. It's been a tough homestand for Marlon. And now Adams in the bullpen. Oh, that is a nasty breaking pitch right there. That slider started at Bird and wound up toward the left side of the batter's box, left-handed side of the batter's box.
This kid Ottavino 2 years ago was released by the Cardinals and had nowhere to go. The Rockies picked him up and he's found a job and a home.
Well, Marlon has struck out. He went to the same well with that slider. The side is retired, but the Phillies do pull closer. They're within 2 thanks to Ben Revere's first career major league home run. A shot to right that gets it to that guy's glove. So it's a 4-2 ball game as we go to the 8th here in Philly. your local dealer at ChevyDealer.com. Well, the Fanatic doing some dancing with the ladies from Baseball 101. Phillies held their first of 3 Baseball 101 sessions today. It started at 9 a.m., brought to you by Apple Vacations and Iberostar Hotels and Resorts. Steve Henderson and John Miserock working in the cage. Bob McClure working in the bullpen with Rod Nichols. Juan Samuel doing a little base running. Frank Koppenbarger talking about the clubhouse, and Dan Baker up in the video room talking about being the public address announcer. We were part of that today. It was actually a lot of fun. And each and every year, we're part of the Baseball 101 session. Matt's talking about Jonathan Broxton at that point, I would think. I think that's what you're talking about. Rutledge fouls the 0-1 off from Jeff Manship, and it's no balls and 2 strikes. Murph was telling a story as the day went on about getting thrown up on in Arizona while he was working the microphone.
That was fun. I enjoyed that today.
It was cool. It always is. They also got a chance to hear from one of the umpires. And they got a chance to come up here in the press box. I would think being down on the field, I mean, no offense to, us being in the media room, being down on the field, being in the bullpen, that's the part that's got to be kind of neat for all those ladies.
They get a chance to go in the locker room maybe this morning?
In the clubhouse, yeah.
Talking to Frank Koppenbarger in the locker room. That would have been fun.
Remains no balls and 2 strikes. Well, there are 2 others that are being held this year. As the season moves on, you can check out Phillies.com and check out the Baseball 101 sessions.
I think maybe Frank asked him for some laundry tips. It could have gone either way.
It could have gone either way.
Right?
It's true. Yeah. That ball is golfed deep to left field. Mayberry going back, and he missed it. Off the wall, and Rutledge is on his way to third. I'm not sure what he was doing, but he just flat out missed the ball. John has had trouble over the last few years going back, particularly going back to the wall on plays like that. It's almost as if he doesn't know where he is and he just runs into the wall.
And he looked at the wall. I think he knew where the wall was. I'm not exactly right there. He looks at the wall. I think he was kind of in between. I think at first he thought it was out of the ballpark.
Well, Matt, you played out there. I mean, talk about the proper technique and what he needed to do in that spot. I guess he just really needed to catch the ball.
Well, yeah, and I think with the way he went after it, and realizing that all the work you do in the outfield, it's usually about a 2.5 step on the outfield dirt before you hit the wall. And honestly, I think what happens when he turned around and looked at the wall and looked back, he didn't pick the ball up.
Inside 2-0. Well, in a 2-run ball game, it doesn't matter if it's a 2-run game, if it's a 5-run game, if it's a 1-run game, you got to make that catch. Two-0 to Stubbs with the infield in. That ball is hit well deep to left center field. Going back on it is Revere, and that one is off the wall. A Runnels scores. Stubbs pulls into second. It's a 5-2 ball game. So a triple and now a double. That's the 7th double of the year for Stubbs.
See a breaking ball here that just kind of backed up. Stubbs stayed right on it. Good hitters do. They take that pitch that backs up, that's elevated in the zone, and they drive it. Both of those previous pitches were up in the zone and driven off the wall.
A runner at second with nobody out, and here's DJ LeMahieu up for the 4th time. Very little margin for error at this point in the ball game. The Phils, although it was scored a triple, made an error to start the inning, and then that pitch right there was crushed off the wall in left center field by Drew Stubbs. And now it's 0-2. That'll be out of play, and it remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. LeMahieu will be followed by Tulowitzki, then Dickerson. This is game 2 of a 3-game series. It'll wrap up tomorrow night at 7:05. Two and two. Opposite way, Utley to his left. He'll make the play at first. Over to third goes Stubbs. Well, LeMahieu does his job. He gets an extra run over to third with Troy Tulowitzki coming up. Last year, Manship appeared in 11 games with these Rockies. He was 0-5 with an ERA of 7. He also pitched in 24 games at Colorado Springs. And they'll walk Tulowitzki intentionally. And with Dickerson in the on-deck circle, they may go to Mario Hollins, who's warming up in the bullpen again for the Phils. Tulowitzki tonight has an RBI and a sac fly, and he's popped out to Ruiz, and he's grounded out to third. Now, the National League's leader in hitting is going to be given a free pass. And now Dickerson's coming up, and Ryan Sandberg's coming out of the dugout. So a pitching change here at Citizens Bank Park. The Rockies' lead is back at 3, 5-2. And Mario Hollins is going to commit to this ball game for the Phillies to face the left-handed hitting Corey Dickerson. So a pitching change. Sunday, June 15th, the Phillies will wrap up a series with the Chicago Cubs. It's Father's Appreciation Day. A Chevrolet Father's Appreciation Day Phillies fedora for men 15 and older. You can order your tickets now by going to Phillies.com. Oh, after an hour and 20-minute rain delay, the Phillies and the Rockies had a pretty good pitcher's duel going for some time. The Rockies kind of took care of that with a 3-run home run in their half of the 7th. Now they've tacked on one more here in the 8th. And Mario Hollins will be the new pitcher for the Phillies. And the Rockies will counter with Brandon Barnes. Barnes has hit in 5 consecutive games. You see Hollins' numbers. 11 strikeouts in 16 innings. Barnes swings at the first pitch. He'll slice it down the right field line. And Marlon Byrd is there, and he can't hang on. He tried the basket catch, and I think he overran it. And then went into the wall, and it's no balls and 1 strike.
It's a long run, and you know that wall's creeping up on you. And it was contact, and yeah, and he tried to catch that as a basket catch. He might have had a better chance if he tried to catch that ball above his head.
Yeah, Stubbs was going to tag anyway on that particular play. But I think you're right, Jamie. I think if he caught it the normal way, or attempted to catch it the normal way, he would have caught it. Up high, 1 ball and 1 strike. Hit hard towards short, diving, stop Rollins. There's one. Utley's throw to first, not in time. A run does score. It's a 6-2 ball game. Ryan Sandberg's going to go out to talk to the first base umpire, Jeff Gosney. It looked like he was safe, even with the slide we talked about last night. It's not the smartest play by diving head first into first. And his hand is on the bag before the throw arrives. Outstanding stop by Jimmy Rollins at shortstop.
That ball was hit hard, and with the infield in, thought maybe there would be a chance there.
So they get the force out at second. And now Kadire with a runner at first. 6-2, Rockies on top. This whole head first sliding into first, I mean, it's an epidemic.
Yeah, I don't understand it. I really don't. I can't even venture to go to try to explain it.
You guys have to write that down in your notebooks in case either one of you ever coach sometime down the road. That's got to be something that you got to address.
Well, I coached back home the high school kids in baseball, and when we talked about the proper techniques of going around the bases, and I said do not slide head first. 1, it slows you down, and 2, it's just a good chance of getting hurt.
And I think both of those instances you could have said took place there. I mean, Barnes went in hard at first with his hand, and he slowed himself down. He made it a much closer play than it probably needed to be. Ben Revere did it yesterday. Was really slow to get up. Back toward the middle. Rollins dives, can't get it. Barnes around second. He'll stop there. The Phillies or the Rockies have runners on first and second with 2 men down. And Kadire's now hitting 7 straight. And Morneau, who is 0 for 3. He's flied to center twice, and he's also grounded out. Barnes goes. The pitch is a strike. It's 0-1. Stolen base for Barnes. And now runners on first and third.
Well, I mean, now we're getting a situation where a tough play in left field wasn't made. Bird drops the ball in right field. Hollins doesn't pay attention to the runner at second base. Just getting away from the things that Ryan Sandberg talked about was a fundamental baseball.
Yeah, he never stopped Barnes' feet there at second base. He just kept moving. And that's an automatic stolen base. If you're teaching base stealing, that's what you're telling your base runners to do. If they're not going to stop you, just keep moving.
Outside 1-2. And in this day and age, you have a 4-run lead. You could tack on another one or another 2 or 3.
Especially in this ballpark.
Absolutely.
Anything can happen.
A run is in here in the 8th inning. That run charged to Jeff Manship. Actually, 2 runs in, excuse me. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Justin Morneau. Runner goes for first. The pitch is taken outside. The throw to second not in time. So Kadire is in with his second stolen base. And now runners on second and third. And a call, strike 3. Morneau goes down looking. He didn't think so. 2 more runs scored for the Rockies here in the 8th inning. They leave a couple in scoring position. Middle of the 8th. Tough road for the Phils. They trail it 6-2. Here at Citizens Bank Park, it's the Rockies 6, the Phillies 2. And the Phillies will send Darren Ruff to the plate, followed by John Mayberry and Carlos Ruiz. The Phillies have out-hit the Rockies. Cole Hamels went 7 innings here tonight. Brandon Barnes stays in the ballgame for the Rockies. He's in left field. Animals only allowed the 3 hits. Just walked a couple. 3-run home run was one of the hits. And there's a breaking ball. Boy, an assortment of breaking pitches from Ottavino. And it's 0-1.
4 pitches, 4 breaking balls.
See, those first 2 sliders were very different. The first slider almost looked like a curve. And that one looked like the slider we saw in the to get the final out in the last inning.
Not sure he knows what he wants. He's put all his pitches down twice and never responded. In between pitches, we call that.
It's going to be something other than the slider. 0-2 pitch. It was a slider, and he fouls it away. Over to third. Ball's hit pretty hard, but fielded cleanly by LeMahieu, and there's 1 out. 1 down here in the 8th inning, and John Mayberry is coming up. Mayberry reached his last time up on a single to right. So he's 1 for 3. Fastball outside, 1-0. Tomorrow it will be Jordan Lyles on the mound for the Rockies. He threw well against the Phillies earlier this year against Roberto Hernandez as these 2 teams wind down their season series. Rockies took 2 of 3 out in Colorado. Phillies even up the season series with a victory yesterday. Well, they appealed the check swing. They called it a strike on the check swing. It really looked like a strike even without the check swing. Mayberry goes around. Jeff Gasney, the first base umpire, made the call. And it's 3-2. Ball 4. So Mayberry draws a walk, a 1-out walk. And that'll bring Carlos Ruiz to the plate. Carlos is 2 for 2 with a walk in tonight's game.
Well, that's what the Phillies need right now, are base runners.
Absolutely.
So John Mayberry taking that walk is the start of that. If we can somehow piece a couple more walks here or get a couple hits, make a couple things happen. Got Ryan Howard on the bench.
Yep, Phillies have Ryan Howard and Dominic Brown both on the bench, and Ruiz is hit by a pitch that'll put runners on first and second. Nobody up in the Rockies bullpen. And here comes Ryan Howard. Jim Wright will head out to the mound to talk to Ottavino. Jim Wright, who was part of the Phillies organization from 1990 to 1996. Filled in for a time for Johnny Padres in 1996 at the big league level. Well, Ryan had a good night last night. 5 RBIs, included in that was this home run.
Yeah, very good balance last night. Keeps his head down. Front side stayed in. I like what he said last night after the game. Tonight I didn't try to do too much. I took nice easy swings, and hopefully it carries over to this at bat and many more to come, of realizing less is more. The easier it is to swing, the ball will jump off your bat.
Well, there's Howard's numbers as a pinch hitter. 381, 6 home runs, 18 strikeouts during that time. He has Carlos Ruiz and John Mayberry. We're on base here in the 8th. Outside, 1 ball, no strikes. Dominic Brown's come out of the on-deck circle. And he'll pinch hit for Mario Hollins as Justin DeFreitas is up in the bullpen. Back toward the middle to Lewitzki near the second base bag, and that'll be an easy double play, and the side is retired. No runs, no hits, 1 man left. We'll go to the 9th inning on a frustrating night here at Citizens Bank Park, where the Rockies lead the Phillies 6-2. And the Phillies 2. Reed Brignac will come on to play third base for the Phillies, which means he'll lead off the bottom of the 9th inning. And Justin DeFreitas is the new pitcher for the Phils. Second game for DeFreitas since he's come back from the minor leagues. And he'll face Willeen Rosario to start things off. Six innings, 5 hits, 3 strikeouts for Justin DeFreitas. And now Rosario hit a 3-run home run. Rosario has 8 home runs against the Phillies, 6 now here at Citizens Bank Park. First pitch fastball his last time up that he put into the seats and right. Yeah, the first pitch from DeFreitas. Slider away, 1 ball, no strikes.
I thought the way Justin threw the ball last night was a good sign from when he left here previously and spent some time back in Lehigh. Coming back last night and actually threw the ball very, very well. Had very good command and got ahead in the count.
Phillies had a 9-0 lead. He worked a pretty easy 9th inning. Drops one in. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Phillies will have another chance in the bottom of the 9th inning. It'll be the pitcher's spot. And then the top of the order. Pitcher's spot should be held by Reed Brignac. So he'll be in the 9 hole, and then Revere and Rollins after that. Over to second base. Chase Utley is there. And put away. 4-3 on the putout. Up on the board, they have DeFreitas still up there in the 9 hole, so maybe they'll have Dominic Brown lead it off in the 9th inning. They may not have made that adjustment to the official lineup. Don't forget, these 2 teams will finish up the series tomorrow night. It's a 7:05 first pitch. Phillies pregame live gets underway at 6:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Charlie Blackmon, who was not in the starting lineup tonight, probably in there tomorrow for the Rockies. He'll pinch hit here at the top of the 9th inning. Blackmon hitting .323, 9 home runs, 33 runs batted in. That was an even slower slider by DeFreitas and got Blackmon out front.
And you can see how effective Justin can be when he stays down in the zone and locates his off-speed stuff. And when you show you're around the plate, you don't always have to throw it for strikes.
Ball, 1 strike.
And it makes that fastball look so much quicker.
Around the National League East tonight, Miami and Washington were postponed because of rain. The Red Sox wound up beating the Braves. So that means the Marlins will be within a game and a half of first place in the East. Meanwhile, the Nationals will be 3 games back. And the Mets are 5 out right now as we speak. Phillies are 4.5 out in 4th place. But that'll change if the Phillies aren't able to come from behind in their final at bat.
The Phillies don't realize how close they are. If they could put a push together here and win, 5 out of 7, 9 out of 12, I think they'd find themselves looking pretty good in this division at this point.
Well, and I think the quote we showed before with Ryan Sandberg, if they're going to do that, it has to start with the fundamentals that really are lacking in some ways, in a lot of ways, so far here in the season. Two balls and 2 strikes to Blackmon. All that gentleman needed to do was wait as that ball rolled down the stairs, and he was able to pick it up. 2-2 pitch coming to Blackmon. And a liner to right field. Marlon Byrd on the run. He reaches up and he makes the catch. 2 outs here in the 9th inning. Now that was a very good defensive play right there.
It was nice because what it was is his reactions, nice and loose on his feet, had a nice little step, took the proper break back to his right, made a leap and catch.
Timed it perfect.
Very nice.
Justin DeFreitas could just say, whoosh.
Just the way he planned it.
Well, now 2 away, and here's Rutledge, who tripled his only time up and scored one of the 2 runs in the 8th inning. And DeFreitas hits him in the back. Ruiz was hit in the bottom of the 8th inning, and Rutledge hit here in the top of the 9th. So a base runner with 2 men down. And now Drew Stubbs, who doubled his last time up, doubled home a run, scored a run. He's scored twice tonight. No balls and 1 strike. Nice kick by Ruiz on the carom. I don't think Carlos was hit on purpose, but DeFreitas comes back, and he's been throwing strikes and hit him square in the back on this one here in the 9th inning.
Yeah, just got a fastball away from him. Right, Jamie?
Yep.
1 ball and 1 strike.
He's trying to establish both sides of the plate.
Upstairs now 2-2. Stubbs got the start tonight with the lefty Hamels on the hill. Came into this ball game hitting close to 380 against left-handed pitching with his 1 hit in 3 at bats tonight against the lefty. That'll stay right around that same neighborhood. Over to third. That is a foul ball past Brignac. Rutledge goes back to first. Over to left field, Mayberry on the run, and he makes the catch. Reaches up at the last moment and reels it in. First it was Marlon Byrd in right, then John Mayberry in left, and the side is retired. No runs, no hits, 1 man left. John Mayberry tracked this one beautifully and used every bit of his frame to pull it in. Auto Insurance presents Phillies Post-Game Live. Last of the ninth inning, the Phillies trail at 6-2. The Rockies not taking any chances. They're going to bring LaTroy Hawkins into this ball game. Hawkins 11 saves in 12 opportunities. This is not a save situation, but it's a 4-run lead here in the ballpark. 19 games for Hawkins. And you guys thought you played for a lot of teams. Whoa. Troy Hawkins has made his way around the majors and still in his early 40s, still firing away.
Yeah, he has journeyed around through baseball. And for me, his trademark is that back pocket always out of the back of his pants. I remember that year after year after year.
Now, they say he's been a breath of fresh air in the bullpen. You know, a lot of these younger players that they have out there. And he's obviously been durable. Seems like he's been durable for most of his career. A career that began in the big leagues back in 1995 with the Minnesota Twins. Now at the age of 41, he's in his first year back with the Rockies in his second go-around. Twins, Cubs, Giants, Rockies. As Brignac takes down low, it's 2 balls and no strikes. Baltimore Orioles, the Yankees, the Astros, the Brewers, the Angels, the Mets. And back with Colorado again.
It's 10 different organizations.
And Ron Vallone still has them by, what, 3, 4? I think Ron Vallone played for 13 different teams.
3-0 to Brignac. And ball 4. So he walks Brignac on 4 pitches. And the power hitting Ben Revere is coming to the plate. Revere hit his first big league home run his last time up. 1,566 ABs. Mike Schmidt had 100 home runs in 1,566 ABs. Now 5 straight out of the strike zone for Hawkins.
Sometimes I think when these closers come in late in the game and it's really not a safe situation, their heart's not always into it. You know, they still know they have to go out there and compete. And I don't know. I've never done it, but I got to believe when you have that baseball in your hand, you got to go out there and pitch and get somebody out.
Well, Brian Gorman, I think, just helped him out with that one.
He sure did.
1 ball and 1 strike.
Well, it's like a hitter. You don't give at bats away. Should be like closers coming in a situation. You don't give runs away or an inning away.
One and 2 now to Revere.
I think we'll see this many times in the next 24 hours. But you know, Ben's a battler, and you knew it was inevitable. It was going to happen sooner or later. And you know, tip my hat to Ben Revere.
Well, now he's down to the count. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Brignac takes his lead off first. 2-2.
I think he's tied with Pepe Frias with 2 career home runs. Or excuse me, 1. They both each have 1.
Pepe Frias. It's a name we haven't heard in a long time. Out of play again.
Tell you what, if you stayed tonight, you got a good chance of getting a foul ball this inning.
Yes, you're right about that.
And some may roll to you, right?
Guy's all by himself down there, and he was able to be in the right spot for that one. And the 2-2 pitch. Here we go. He wants another one. Phillies have not won a game when trailing after 8 innings. Well, they're due for something like that. They only have one win when they're trailing after 7. But they're 0-20 when trailing after 8. And that one's off the hands, caught by Rutledge. 1 out. And back to first goes Brignac. Jimmy Rollins coming to the plate. Rollins tonight is 0 for 3 with a walk. Three hits and 10 at bats against LaTroy Hawkins. Fly ball to shallow left. Barnes will come in. And the Phillies now down to their final out here in the 9th inning. Phillies 1 for 4. He is struck out, flied out, grounded out, and singled. Phillies can still win the series even if they lose tonight by taking tomorrow's ball game. Brignac goes. Utley takes a strike. 0-1. Night began with an hour and 20-minute rain delay. The 7:05 scheduled ball game didn't start till about 8:25. Jorge De La Rosa and Cole Hamels. Well, they matched up in a pretty good pitcher's duel. It was 1-1 until the Rockies got a 3-run home run in the 7th inning by Willeen Rosario, only the 3rd hit allowed by Hamels in the game.
Mixed in with 2 walks in that inning, unfortunately.
Foul ball. 0-2 to Chase. Strike 3, and that's the ball game. LaTroy Hawkins strikes out Chase Utley looking. And the Rockies have evened up this series with a 6-2 victory tonight over the Phillies. in the ninth inning. No runs, no hits, one man left for the Phils. Walt Weiss's team is now 28-24, and the Phillies are back to 5 games under 500 at 22-27. As Willeen Rosario is our Chevrolet player of the game. His opposite field 3-run home run is essentially the difference in tonight's game against Cole Hamels. And if you wanted to take a look at it one more time, it is our W.B. Mason delivery of the game. Guys, we've seen him swing a lot of first pitches in the series, and he got a first pitch fastball here.
Yeah, he's a notoriously first ball fastball hitter, and he's not only swung at a lot of fastballs, but he's swung at a lot of strikes in this series, and does what Willeen Rosario can do, hit the ball to the ballpark in any part of the ballpark.
So the Rockies hang on and win it 6-2 over the Phillies. They take game 2 of this 3-game series. We'll be back to talk a little bit more about it right after this.